April the 19th, 2023. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodation or modification, including auxiliary aids and service in order to participate in the board meeting should contact the superintendent designee in writing. Call to order at 6 p.m. Open session. Closed session A3. As provided by the law, the following items are for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees, Government Code Section 54957, student expulsion, reinstatement, expulsion enrollment, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative, Dr. Avila, superintendent, Mrs. Rhonda Kramer, lead personnel agent, Roxanne Dominguez, lead personnel agent, Armando Ortega, lead personnel agent, personnel services, employee organization, California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, Rialto Education Association, Communication Workers of America. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D and or D3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claim 1. Comments on the closed session agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any items on the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We do not have any.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, vote by board member. Mrs. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montes? Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis? Aye. And time is 6:02. Ready? Okay. Good evening. Is there a motion to adjourn out of closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Vote by Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Mr. Montez,
Aye.
Mr. Martinez,
Aye.
Mrs. O'Kelly,
Aye.
Stephanie Lewis, aye. Time is 7 and open session reconvene. Tonight, we have a special performance from Morris Elementary School. But first, let's have a kindergarten student, Ashley Santiago, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh.
Say it. Your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, may be seated.
Oh. Thank you. That is just heartwarming. Now let's welcome the Mountain Lions and their teacher, Miss Carolyn Ochoa, and her kindergarten class in honor of Earth Day and our school branding as Morris Elementary Environmental Literacy Academy. Our students will sing about a song called Each of Us is a Flower by Charlotte Diamond. This is just too cute.
Each of us is a flower, growing in life's garden. Each of us is a flower, we need the sun and the rain. Each of us is a flower, growing in life's garden. Each of us is a flower, we need the sun and the rain. Sun, shine your warmth on me. Cool me with your light. Wind, bring the gentle rain. Earth, take my roots down deep. Oh, each of us is a flower, growing in life's garden. Each of us is a flower, we need the sun and the rain. Each of us is a flower, growing in life's garden. Each of us is a flower, we need the sun and rain. Sun, shine your warmth on me. Cool me with your night. Wind, bring the gentle rain. Earth, take my roots down deep. Oh, each of us is a flower, growing in life's garden. Each of us is a flower, we need the sun and the rain. Each of us is a flower, growing in life's garden. Each of us is a flower, we need the sun and the rain. We need the sun and the rain. We need the sun and the rain. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Happy Earth Day!
We would like to personally invite you to come to our school to see the wonderful things that we're doing, the hard work that we're putting in. for our school branding on Friday. It's going to be a wonderful event. We have a lot of things planned, and we will also have an encore presentation if you would like to come. Amazing.
Over here. Thank you, students, and thank you, Ms. Ocha. Principal Carla Guzman is the principal in the house. Oh, there you go. Program specialist, Mr. Albert Davidas. Can you wave? So there you go. For attending tonight, and parents for bringing your students out this evening. Thank you, parents. A special thank you to Morris Elementary School families for being here and staff to support. What is that talent? That just melts your heart. Go Mountain Lions. That tune is gonna stay with us. A flower. Okay, is there a report out of closed session? Is there a report out of closed session?
Yes, President Lewis, the Board of Education accepted the request for an unpaid leave of absence for classified employee number 2723323 from April 25th, 2023 through September 24th, 2023. The roll call vote was as follows. Stephanie Lewis, yes. Nancy G. O'Kelly, yes. Joseph W. Martinez, abstain. Evelyn P. Dominguez, yes. And Edgar Montes, yes. The Board of Education accepted the request for an unpaid leave of absence for classified employee number 2541423 from March 31st, 2023 through September 30th, 2023. The roll call vote was as follows. Stephanie E. Lewis, yes. Nancy G. O'Kelly, yes. Joseph W. Martinez, abstain. Evelyn P. Dominguez, yes. Edgar Montes, yes. That is all we have.
Thank you. And as we move to the adoption of the agenda, we have instructional consent item E2.6, the comprehensive school safety plans for 2022 to 2023 will be pulled from tonight's agenda. So is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montes?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye, as amended.
And Mrs. O'Kelly?
Aye, as amended.
And Ms. Lewis? Aye. Mr. Montes?
I said aye.
No, high school.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. So our student board member couldn't make it tonight, but in his honor, we will start with the DSAC student speakers. And first we have from Carter High School, Taylor Roden.
Wow, that was really short. Good evening, Board of Education, Board President Lewis, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and the viewing audience. I'm Taylor Roten, ASB President for Carter High School. Carter has been up to some amazing things. Over the next few weeks, Carter High School will host countless events to celebrate our current seniors and welcome our incoming freshmen and their parents to the Lion's Den. On May 3rd, Carter High School will welcome our incoming freshman students and their parents and guardians from 5:30 to 7 p.m. during our freshman parent night. Families will learn about the inclusive instructional and extracurricular programs available at Carter High School. May 10th will serve as College Signing Day for seniors who've made their final decisions regarding their post-secondary selection for the 23-24 academic school year. May 11th, Carter will celebrate the instructional accomplishments from our valedictorian Samantha Venegas and our salutatorian Shakina Alua at Carter High. May 17th, Carter High School will host over 150 seniors in recognition for their hard work and dedication during their high school career during the site's Senior Awards Night. Students will be recognized for participation in countless clubs and organizations, as well as success to various countless awards and scholarships. A host of Carter High School students are currently participating in various tutoring and extended support opportunities provided by our classroom teachers, the Saturday Step Up program, and our site-based after-school learning hub, and prepare for various exams including CASP, AP tests, and finals. On May 18th, all Carter High School seniors will participate in our Senior Sunset and FAFSA In-N-Out food truck celebration. This year, Carter High School students will direct support of our counselors and college and career technician completed and the most FAFSA applications within the district as a site. I would like to extend a tremendous round of applause for our parents and guardians who assisted our seniors with completing their FAFSA applications. Ten Carter High School students are currently participating in the RUSD-sponsored HBCU Historically Black Colleges and Universities College Tour. Carter High School students, along with students from the other RUSD high schools, are currently expanding their horizons by learning about the benefits and instructional programs offered by countless HBCUs around the country. Last Friday, April 14th, ASB hosted a prom fashion show in the amphitheater as a kickoff of our prom masquerade theme. Carter High School will celebrate our upcoming prom at the backyards at Silver Lakes on April 29th. On Friday 28th, Carter High is hosting their spring pep rally in honor of our amazing student athletes. May 5th will mark the site's annual Noche de Fiesta from 7 to 10 p.m. There will be food vendors, live performances from Ultima Ercina, Grupo, and a DJ. Tickets are on sale for $10 with ASB and $20 without, starting today. This dance is open to all good standing RUSD high school students. Students must have a permission slip with a signature from their site's grade level administrator approving their attendance. Carter is hosting our end of the year blood drive on May 12th. Carter High School Theater Department just completed its production of Dorothy Meets Alice, or The Wizard of Wonderland. The production ran for 3 nights, starting Thursday, April 12th through Saturday, April 14th. Each night of the play saw a full house of students and parents. Carter High School students continue to mark their way on the field, track, and inside the pool. On Saturday, April 14th, Carter High School girls shuttle hurdle relay team ran the 5th fastest time in California at Mount Sac Relays. Way to go, Eileen Emerson, Michaela Traylor, Neoni Jones, and Mia Soto. Eileen Emerson also set a Mount Sac record in the 100 hurdles of the same day at 14.46. On April 15th, at Mesa Southern California Regionals, Aiden Lim, Jonathan Arevalo, and Autumn Covington took second place in the Moon Base Design and second place in the Moon Base Endurance. This was a big accomplishment for these 3 students who were up against 50 different high schools in the Southern region. Thank you for allowing me to share these wonderful things and continue to happen at Carter High School. And most importantly, go Lions, and don't forget to roar.
Thank you, Taylor. Next, we go to Sienna Rivera at Rialto High School.
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education. Board President Lewis, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. My name is Sienna Rivera, an ASB and Lean Crew Leader from Rialto High School. Welcome to the end of the year hustle and bustle. Things are getting real for our seniors as they heard from colleges that they applied to, bought tickets for the end of year events, and prepared for award and recognition season in the castle. Next Wednesday, the Knights will be celebrating our distinguished scholars. 56 seniors had maintained a 4.0 or above while at Rialto High. Considering that these students started their freshman year on campus, abruptly transitioned to virtual learning, and returned to campus as juniors, they have shown a commitment and work ethic that pushes for academic excellence. Let's start off with some celebrating. Dean Rubio, Luisana Calderon, and Jordan Scott participated in the first RHS versus Ike chess tournament. And congratulations to Mesa, Think Tank team, and Anthony Freeman and Luis Ochoa, who brought home second place at Saturday's regional competition at UCR. Think Tank is a competition where students have to imagine a world without harmful emissions and pollutions from vehicles and create and design a concept which conceptualizes this future. They have to create a video pitch and answer questions about zero-emission technology. Please congratulate these bright young students. Two of our journalists won their category for 2023 Quill and Scroll Writing, Photo, and Multimedia Contest. Congratulations to senior Kaylee Munoz, who won third place for the original photo she took, and senior Samantha Bustamante, who won first place for her opinion article. We hosted our very first after-school picnic, Friendsnick, and it was so chill and relaxing. Students brought home blankets and hung out listening to great music, playing games, and bonding. It was a perfect way to enjoy the beautiful SoCal weather before juniors started CASP testing. It was really fun and will become a biannual event to kick off our school year and relax before testing begins. Thank you to board members Martinez and Dominguez for accepting our invitation to join us. Rialto High hosted the multicultural dual immersion celebration over the weekend. ASB enjoyed supporting the event and assisting the families. JROTC was also there to open the event with our award-winning color guard. Student board member Stephen Gaitan and ASB Secretary Evelyn Gutierrez participated in USDA/CDE roundtable on Monday. They enjoyed sampling foods, discussing our nutritional program, and walking the garden at Warner Elementary. Our spring sports season is coming to an end, and senior nights continue to bring tears and cheers as we celebrate and say goodbye to our athletes. We wish everyone a wonderful month as we count down the end of the school year. Keep the lights on, Knights, and thank you.
Thank you, Sienna. Next, we go to Francesca Stevens from Myler High School.
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education, Board President Lewis, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. My name is Francesca Stevens, and I am the proud ASB President of Myler High School. We are almost to the midpoint of quarter 4, and our Mustangs are up to amazing things. Since the beginning of the semester, the administration and counseling department worked with the teaching staff to implement a first period credit recovery acceleration program where every student has a period of Apex and the teachers use this time to do weekly check-ins with students. As a result of this implementation, credit remediation has increased by 70%. Attendance has increased and discipline incidents have decreased by 10%. This first period Apex/mentor period is working and students are graduating at higher rates. Moving forward to the month of May, seniors are abuzz on campus with the excitement of prom and graduation being upon us. Permission slips went out and we are excited for our prom taking place at the Fox Theater in Redlands, California on May 6th. Our Aspire students are eagerly preparing for the event, and our theme, Masquerade Ball, will surely give last year's theme, Hollywood Nights, some competition. While our top scholars have not yet been named, multiple scholarship opportunities have been presented for our students, including a scholarship that will be awarded to a senior from both Myler and Zupanik from the Rialto School Managers Association, a scholarship that will be awarded to a senior from both Myler and Zupanik from the Rialto Women's Club, and a scholarship that will be awarded to a deserving student that has endured and overcome hardships from Rialto's own NFL player, Alexander Madison's Foundation. Thank you for your continued support for our students and school while the Mustangs keep doing amazing things as we gallop to our destination graduation on June 4th. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Francesca. Next we go to Eisenhower High School, and we have Santiago Baltazar.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board, Board President Lewis, Superintendent Dr. Avila, viewing audience, parents, community members, and peers. My name is Santiago Baltazar, and I have the honor of being this year's ASB president at Eisenhower High School. I'd like to share some of the exciting things that have happened and will be happening at the home of the Eagles. Starting off with academics, our juniors finally finished up their CASP testing this Friday after a vigorous 3 weeks. We also hosted an honor roll lunch for all students with a 3.0 GPA, which saw our amazing nutrition services offer mango habanero wings. This past week, we also had our Career Ways celebration for all the pathway completers. Next up, we have our athletic highlights. Starting off strong, after today's win against San G, our boys swim team has officially been declared San Andres League champions for the second year in a row. We did amazing. Our amazing baseball team also secured a win against Arroyo Valley yesterday. We also have swim, track and field, tennis, softball, and baseball senior games coming up very shortly. Lastly, our extracurricular highlights. I'm happy to announce our second to last dance of the school year, our annual Glowcella dance, was a great success. We offered amazing food trucks, a photo booth, face paint, and of course the main attraction, the glow-in-the-dark decorations and accessories. Today was the start of our senior week, which commences the start of our senior versus staff events. Today we hosted a senior versus staff kickball, and of course the seniors won.
Good job, guys.
Following that, we'll be hosting our last pep rally of the year on the 28th of April, which will include our first ever powder puff game. And before I go, I'd like to invite everyone here to come to our impressive drama production play of the Addams Family, which will be taking place the 26th through 28th of April. You won't want to miss it. And also, I would love for all of you to attend our Earth Day that will be happening this Friday at Eisenhower. It will be very educational.
Because I know that there are many deserving employees and parent leaders to receive this prestigious award. I kept this in mind as I did my selection process. Tonight, I would like to add Mr. Alfonso Rial to this prestigious list of the Key to the District recipients. Mr. Alfonso Rial has worked for the Rialto School District for 14 years. Mr. Rial is a crossing guard at the Dr. Ernest Garcia Elementary School. He has worked at many other sites through the district. However, Garcia Elementary has been his favorite spot. He decided to be a crossing guard after he retired from his full-time job to do something. He is 79 years young, because that's still young. That's still young. Mira, young, joven, está joven. He was born in Guadalajara, Mexico. Sadly, Mr. Rial lost his beloved wife, Elvira Rial, in December of 2022. They were married for 52 beautiful years. Mr. Rial and his late wife have 3 beautiful children who all graduated from Rialto High School. So go Knights! His oldest is Alfonso Rial Jr., his middle is Marcela Rial, and his youngest is David Rial. Can I please have you guys stand up? They are all grown professionals and proud to be products of Rialto USD. You can have a seat. Thank you. He also has 4 beautiful grandchildren. Can I please have you guys stand up? Thank you. You guys can have a seat. Which is one of the reasons on why he has so much passion for his job. Garcia Elementary is located on the south side of Rialto, which is also near where I reside. On my daily commute to work, it consists by driving by Garcia Elementary. For the past 5 years, I have seen Mr. Rial in front of the school, in the rain, the heat, and now we can truthfully say in the snow. With the smile on his face, waving to all cars, greeting and high-fiving our scholars. You can see how the kids love and respect him. You can feel the warmth and the love that he has for his job just by driving by the school. Mr. Rial has demonstrated and continues to demonstrate the true meaning of what Rialto kindness means. He states that his favorite part of his job is interacting with the Grizzly families and scholars while he works. He stated to me that it brings him joy to serve the community. He enjoys saying good morning and good afternoon to everyone. I mean everyone. And with a smile. And with a smile. And telling the kids to do their best in school. And that he will see them tomorrow. He waves at cars, regardless if they're dropping off kids or just passing by. And of course, he does it when he's not proudly holding up that stop sign. You can see the passion that Mr. Rial has for his job. He makes safety a #1 priority, which is also Rialto USD's #1 priority. When asked, what does he like about his job? He said, I love what I do. With a simple smile. I take my responsibility seriously. I make sure that students go to school and come back home safe. That's what I was hired to do, and that's what I will do. However, he also discussed the challenges he faces in his job. I don't like saying it, but in almost the 15 years of being a cross guard, I have had drivers who don't respect the stop signs or do not allow children and families to cross safely because they're in a rush or they're just plain mean. But I still wave at them and smile in hopes that next time that they pass by, that they'll be patient and really think about how they're driving. But that part is what hurts me, he added. I mean, they're innocent children. They're still learning how to be safe. And it is my job for them to come to school safe and to go back home safe. According to Principal Rodriguez, he is respected by all staff and families, by staff, families, and students. Mr. Rial jobs ends at 3 p.m., but he always stays a bit longer to make sure all families have crossed safely. He never misses a day of work. Families notice and ask where he is at when they don't see him. He is personable, caring, and a big part of the Grizzly family. Right? We are excited for this honor. He deserves it even though he thinks he may not. However, he really does, since he is a type of person that will put others before himself. He shows it daily when he stands in front of the school. When he is not working, Mr. Rial enjoys watching American football. And like his principal, Ramona Rodriguez, his favorite team is the 49ers, which I think that might be a conspiracy. I like watching the 49ers with my daughter, he says. His other favorite sport is watching soccer. and his favorite team is. Which is your favorite sports or soccer? Guadalajara, Mexico. ¿Son los Eagles? ¿América? Las Chivas, las Chivas.
Can I say what he said to Dr.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Ahí está el problema.
Which translates, there's the problem. He enjoys playing cornhole at family gatherings. He enjoys spending time with his family, especially now with the loss of his beloved wife. Out of all of his hobbies, his favorite one thing is to care is for the one of his favorite hobbies to do is to care for his late wife's garden. It was her pride and joy, so he keeps it up for her. Family has always been a core value for Mr. Rial, and he incorporates it with the love that he has for his job. He was very surprised when he learned that he was receiving the key to the district. His first thought was, am I in trouble? Why am I getting called to the district office? Then his second thought was, huh? Why me? There's so many deserving people in Rialto who do so much more than I do. Why don't you give it to them? Someone else. I'm only doing my job. But tonight, Mr. Rial, I would like to honor you with this prestigious award to the Key to the District for your outstanding commitment to our community and to our district. In showing Rialto kindness to our entire community and keeping our families and scholars safe, which is our #1 goal here at Rialto School District. Felicidades. No, he's gonna speak first. He wants to speak first. Yo voy a estar aquí con usted, ¿ok?
Okay, I'm gonna speak in Spanish a little bit.
Yeah.
Buenas noches, mesa directiva, superintendentes, doctor Ávila y audiencia.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience.
Quiero agradecer a la señora Domínguez Evelyn, miembro de la mesa directiva, por este honor.
I want to thank Board Member Ms. Evelyn Dominguez for this honor.
Me retiré de mi trabajo hace 17 años, pero después de un tiempo difícil quería volver a trabajar.
I retired from work 17 years ago, but after a little while, I decided that I wanted to go back to work.
Así me convertí en un guardia de cruce porque mi esposa me apoyó mi decisión.
So I became a crossing guard because my wife supported my decision.
He estado haciendo esto durante 15, 16 años y me encanta esto con los niños.
I have been doing this for about 15 to 16 years, and I love doing this for the kids.
Me hacen feliz y me gusta saber que estoy sirviendo a mi comunidad.
They make me happy, and I like knowing that I'm serving my community.
Mi esposa Elvira Rial falleció hace 4 meses de cáncer y sé que ella está viendo y espero que esta la enorgullezca porque es para los dos.
My wife Elvira Real passed away 4 months ago today to cancer. And I know she's watching, and I hope this makes her proud because this is for the both of us.
Recuerdo cuando comencé mi trabajo como guardia de cruce, comencé en Eucaliptus y Randall.
I remember when I first started my job as a crossing guard, I began on Eucaliptus and Randall.
Y luego me cambiaron a la García en la calle Meridian y Randall.
Then I was moved to Garcia on Meridian and Randall.
Cuando comencé, yo saludaba a los que pasaban y dejaban estudiantes, las personas y a las familias que no me conocían.
When I first started there, I began waving at those driving by or dropping off students to the families and people that didn't know me.
Pero seguí sonriendo y saludando hasta que finalmente la gente comenzó a conocerme y a los estudiantes y a las familias comenzaron a hablarme.
But I kept on smiling and waving until finally everyone started waving back and students and family started to get to know me.
Y al conocerme ahora 10 años, buscan para cruzar todas las mañanas y después de la escuela, el distrito trabaja en la escuela primaria García. Quiero agradecer a todos los que vinieron y apoyarme.
Now, 10 years later, everyone waves back at me and students look for me to cross them every morning and after school. I enjoy working at Garcia Elementary and I want to thank everyone who came out to support me tonight.
Esta noche a los que hicieron posible este reconocimiento, gracias la señora Domínguez.
And to those who made this award possible, thank you to Ms. Dominguez
por otorgarme la llave del distrito y quiero presentarle a mi familia.
for awarding me the key to the district, and I want to introduce my family.
Mi hijo Alfonso Real Jr.,
My son, Alfonso Real Jr.,
mi hija Marisela Real,
my daughter, Marisela Real,
mi hijo David Real,
my son, David Real,
tengo tres nietas. Y tengo tres nietas, Marisela, la Vanessa Real.
and I have three grandchildren, Marisela, Vanessa.
Vanessa, Monique, and Desiree. Come on, mija. This is my family. And thank you very much. Muchas gracias por darme este gran trofeo. Este trofeo es para mi esposa. 53 años con ella y la sigo recordando mucho. Muchas gracias.
And this award is for my wife, 53 years with her, and I still continue to remember her. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
I am very grateful. Thank you so much.
Come in for the picture real quick. Let's get a picture of the family.
Get out of the way.
Hold your piece with
I don't want to mess up.
There you go. Oh, perfect. Big smile. And then if we can have the family here with your Garcia Brusley family, Board of Education up here, please. Yes. You're welcome. Here. And then Dr. Avila. Thank you. Come on up. The kids in the front, let's have the students in the front. Yeah, there you go. Students in the front. On this side. Okay, so we have a live televised board meeting. We have a live televised board meeting. Over here. Can we come up a little bit? Is that and then, come on up a little bit, come on up. Students, you're perfect. You look like you already know how to do this. There you go. Just wait, okay, do we have everybody here? I need everybody please, because this is a live televised board meeting, let's bring this up just a little bit. Ms. Ortiz, big smile.
Two more. Hold on, we got one person in the back.
We can't see you, we can't see the camera, we can't see you. Let's have the lady in front.
They can't see her, but she
Come over here on this side. Yeah, there we go. Come on up. You're careful. Dr. Avila, can you get in a little bit? There you go. And
all eyes here, please. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold for 1 second, please.
oh, Chief, can you jump in there too? Dr. Chavez, can you jump in there too? So we have, there you go. Everybody give a big smile. And, hold on, brother. You got this one. Students, right there. Got it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Te robé tu asiento, ¿verdad? Sí.
Tiene que levantar la curva. Tiene que levantar la curva.
You're welcome. You too, of course.
We'll make sure we share the picture.
So beautiful.
You know?
Yeah, that's just Yeah. Wow, what an awesome tribute. And service, just beautiful, so beautiful, and so deserving. Next, we're going to have a presentation for the Facility Master Plan, a presentation on the 2022 to 2023 Facility Master Plan by Go Architect.
Is that the item that was pulled?
No.
Okay, good evening, Superintendent, members of the board, cabinet members, members of the community. My name is Liliana Bustos. I am the managing partner with Geo Architects, and with me I have my partner.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dennis Roney. I'm also a partner with Geo Architects. Thank you for having us here.
We're very excited to be presenting to you tonight the final Facilities Master Plan document. The Master Plan document captures the district's beliefs, mission, and the parameters for excellence in education, and it's a guide to identify and prioritize improvements needed to enhance the educational and support environments at your school sites. The Facilities Master Plan is a living document that requires continuous updates and adjustments over time as needs and conditions change. The methodology that we applied is we break each site into 3 different categories. We look at code, items such as health, safety, and accessibility needs. We look at infrastructure and housekeeping items. These are the maintenance and operations needs. And then we also look at the vision and transformation needs. These are the ones that relate to educational and facility improvements. The approach we took to develop this document, we, as a team, the architectural and engineering team, visited every single site in the district to provide a facilities condition assessment. We gathered site-specific stakeholders' feedback and recommendations for each campus, and then we had steering committee meetings to validate those needs and recommendations. This is a little more descriptive of what each category includes. The code safety and security category has accessibility items such as door hardware, ramps, signage, drinking fountains, restrooms, safety items such as fire alarm systems, parking lot layouts, traffic flow, security systems such as perimeter security and fencing improvements, and secure main campus entries. The infrastructure and housekeeping category includes all the maintenance and operations needs, such as HVAC and mechanical equipment, roofing, finishes, cabinets, lighting, plumbing, all the different needs that relate to housekeeping. The third category is the vision and transformation in terms of educational needs. In this category, we look at upgrading classrooms and campus technology, such as 21st century improvements. We looked at outdoor learning areas, transforming classrooms and play yards, looking at art and enrichment programs. And then we propose vision for building. Examples of these buildings are replacing portable classrooms with permanent buildings. We have classroom buildings, kitchen additions, multipurpose library, performing arts, science, gymnasium, and career technology facilities.
Okay, we'll go a little bit into the data that we reviewed and how we went through the process of looking at each campus. So at the beginning of the process, we looked at the district's current facility standards, the board adopted education specifications, and the demographic data that was done several years ago. And that gives you a good picture of kind of the 30,000 foot view of what the district's needs are. And then we went to each campus with the architectural team and the engineering team, which includes electrical engineers and plumbing and mechanical engineers, and did a detailed assessment of each campus, which took several days. Like the high schools took several days. Elementary schools, we try to do one a day. Sure, sorry. and then we also had surveys that we sent out to the facilities department, maintenance and operations department, and each school campus where they identified needs on those campuses or known needs on those campuses. And from that, we compiled all that information into a detailed assessment report, which was kind of the initial draft of what the master plan was. And then we met with the M&O department, facility staff, and the steering committee to go over those assessments. And then based on those conversations, we fine-tuned the assessments and developed the master plan. And with that, the master plan, like Liliana had mentioned, the basic stuff is meeting code, meeting maintenance and operations needs. But then we also went in and started a basic conceptual vision for each campus. And you'll see that in the renderings that are in the master plan. And then finally, we took all that information and all those needs and generated a rough order of magnitude estimate for each campus. So this is an example of one of the campuses that we looked at. This is an overall view of what would be the final kind of completed series of projects for Boyd. The red buildings are the vision buildings for the campus, and then you'll see other items that on there that pick up the other categories of work. On the lower right-hand side is a view of the existing campus, and then we have basic data to the capacity of the campus, number of students, number of teaching stations, number of parking stalls. Like really the year it was built. So all of that kind of fine data is in there as well. So this is a view of the campus existing and all the features called out. So you've got parking, the different buildings, and that's what those little keynotes are on there, the numbers with the letters. Then we've got the site assessment. So this looks at what this particular view has the vision keynotes on it. So you've got C1 through C4. But we did this for each kind of level of work. So code and safety has a page, housekeeping has a page, and then the transformation has a page. And each kind of item of work or scope is identified. And then this is the final vision for the campus with each of the pieces shown. So we did this for every single campus within the district, and also the M&O facilities, all the support facilities. And then generated, this is the ROM cost estimate for all that work that was shown. And it's also broken down into the categories. You can see it's a little small for my eyes to see from here, but you've got the code and safety at the top, housekeeping in the middle, and then the transformation visioning at the bottom. So A, B, and C, and then there's a total.
Okay, with that example, we just wanted to present the action for tonight. We're asking that the board, we're recommending that the board approves the adoption of the facilities master plan that includes assessments and recommendations for the district, school sites, and support facilities. The next steps will be for the district to review these parameters and then start studying those to implement the projects based on the cost of the projects, which exceed the available Measure A bond money. So we need to start implementing, prioritizing the projects in the order that we see them fit, based on projections, based on enrollment, and the fact that there's no current state funding to match the project of the construction of those projects. So with that, we thank you and open it up for any questions.
Board members, Mr. Martinez?
Yes. When were the demographics? You stated that you used recent demographics. How old are they?
I believe they were completed in 2022, 2021.
Okay. And I didn't see specifically on Boyd safety routes for visitors. Safety should be number one, at least it is on my on my roll.
Correct. Yeah, I don't think we have like that specific, but we are identifying safety routes to schools for every single project. So once that project gets allocated to a design team, then those items will be definitely incorporated into it.
And do we have a timeline for realization per campus?
Sandy?
And I'm not saying the whole thing. I'm saying, for example, Boyd, start to finish would be a year, 3 years.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Dr. Avila. Well, as you know, we just passed Measure A last November. So we are currently working on a project priority list that will be presented to the board in future. So it also depends on the series of bonds and when they are sold. So it really does depend how much we can sell and when we can sell them. So right now we are working with our financial consultants on when we will be able to sell the first series. And so that's kind of going to be determining when we can schedule the planning of the projects, because they have to be designed. Once they're designed, then we have to go through the DSA process, and so before we can even start construction. So we still have some work to do before I can present some project schedules.
And for the record, before anyone else forgets it, please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm
for the
sorry, yes.
public.
I'm Angie Lopez, Agent of Facilities Planning.
Thanks,
Sorry.
Angie.
Mrs. Lopez,
Ms. Dominguez?
I'm sorry, yes. Mrs. Lopez, for the specific plans, I know that our district is looking forward to probably opening parent centers at each school site or having a center for parents. Are you including that plans into these plans?
I'm not sure if they're specifically included in the facilities master plan, but I know that there has been discussion to be part of some of the bond projects.
Okay.
Mr. Montes, do you have any questions?
No.
Ms. O'Kelly?
It's a lot of work.
Okay, well, I have a question. Just going through the tour, the non-AM, the special needs classrooms are usually furthest from the exit. And I think when we're thinking about location and the type of permanent building for evacuation and safety, we need to be closer to entrance and exit. And then on the gates that are typically locked or closed off, how would, the system that you would be able to evacuate quickly for even our county classrooms, because they tend to be further away, and it's the staffing to push or get them in groups, that's manpower. So I think we need to look at systems in our facility. So maybe move them closer to an exit, make the some type of key or automatic for emergency to open up so you can use those gates that are typically closed.
We will definitely be considering, whenever we do any upgrades to any of the sites, we will definitely be considering that and following CDE guidelines as well as DSA guidelines for all of special ed classrooms.
Okay.
So yes, thank you.
Yeah, and then that's the other thing about the bathroom upgrades. We do the bare minimum for accessibility, but we're not thinking about taking 2 people to be able, the room to change an adult-sized person, or an emergency system if they need help in there, because that's where a lot of our injuries occur during toiletry. So some kind of alert system that if I'm with a student and I need help, I will be able to call and someone can come and assist me.
Again, yes, thank you. All of those things that you are bringing up, we are definitely going to take into consideration when we do any upgrades to any of the sites.
Ms.
you so
Lopez, I have another question. How have you guys decided to prioritize, do the prioritization list? Are you guys going by the school years? Are you guys going to walk the facilities to see which school sites need it the most? Or how are you guys going to prioritize?
We're using the facilities master plan as our guide. So that's kind of basically what we're using. It's, of course, it's going to be the need at each site because each site is different.
Correct.
So that's another thing. We do have a committee that is working with us and helping to prioritize the projects.
That's the A-bond committee?
Yes.
Okay. Has it been established yet? Have you-
Yes, it has been established. We've had 3 meetings.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you so much. Strong work. We appreciate all the effort and consideration.
You're very welcome. Good night.
Appreciate it.
So excited about all our presentations tonight, but school safety have been a priority for us and a major issue. And so we will have a presentation. I'm going to ask our Chief Leary to introduce our speaker for the presentation tonight.
Good evening, Board President Lewis. Good evening, Board President Lewis. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And to all of the Board of Education members, Superintendent Dr. Avila. My name is Gordon Leary, Chief of Safety Intervention and Support Services. Tonight, what we will be presenting to you is a 2-part presentation on the perspectives of keeping our schools safe. The first perspective that we will come from will be part 1, which will be the national perspective. The concern is with all areas of school safety. Some of the more extreme areas are related to the shootings and guns and weapons on our campus, but that is not the only concern that we have. Our concerns are also with things that will occur in classrooms that would be related to just disruptions or defiance, or things that could happen even in our parking lots with non-students and others that come onto the campus and create disruptions in that situation as well. So we're concerned with all aspects of that. We're very fortunate tonight to be able to have an individual who can speak to that national perspective for us. And that individual I'd like to introduce is John Gutierrez, who is the current chief of the University of Cal State University San Bernardino Police Department there. But he also brings with him the experience as a former officer from LA Unified School District Police, and also as a former officer and sergeant from San Bernardino City Unified School District School Police Department. So at this time, I present to you John Gutierrez.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for welcoming me here, Chief. I really appreciate it. Just to give you a quick insight to a little bit more about who I am, John Gutierrez. I am the current Chief of Police of Cal State University San Bernardino. I've been in law enforcement now for 32 years, primarily all in educational-based policing. I started in Los Angeles, where I spent 25 years with the Los Angeles School Police Department, which is the largest independent school police department in the nation, serving the 2nd largest public school system in the United States. So I'm very in tuned to school safety. I came out here, I worked for Chief Joseph Polino with the San Bernardino City Unified School District prior to coming to Cal State San Bernardino, where I promoted to the rank of a lieutenant and then ultimately to Chief of Police. So tonight, as we take a look at school safety, and in the spirit of school safety, I would like to share with you kind of what's happening on a national level, and kind of where we are also as well on a state level at our CSU system as well as our national. So I would like to turn your attention to the very first slide here as we talk about school safety. So I'm going to look down for a second, but I am paying attention. When we talk about school safety, we take a look at some of the things that have been occurring nationwide in terms of school shootings and school violence. I think it's important to know that since the Columbine incident, there's been 377 school shootings that are true, school shootings on a K through 12, or whether it's a college campus that has impacted our community. But when you take a look at that overall, when you take a look at mass shootings, those shooting numbers, be it that it's still a tragic that a shooting occurred on a campus, is still relatively low. So going into guns became the leading cause of death in the U.S. In the United States with respect to children and teens. And a lot of these guns were basically in the hands of our students simply because parents didn't do the parts that they were supposed to do in securing these firearms in a home. And so those firearms then made it onto our campuses. But when you take a look at overall, more than 4,300 people ages 1 through 19 died from firearm-related injuries in 2020. That's a 25.9% increase since 2019. More than twice as high as the relative increase in general population. Firearm-related deaths among Americans were up 13.5%, totaling 45,222 deaths. This change was largely driven by firearms and homicides, which saw a 33.4% increase. So respectfully, there are a lot of firearms just nationwide. I think there's 400 million firearms nationwide where everyone just owns a firearm. But when you take a look at some of them as it relates to school and school safety, a lot of those firearms are not really making it onto our campus. I'd like to turn your attention to this slide here that talks about, it's a recent study that was, out of the University of California, UCLA. And this study really talks about the decrease, realistically, in violent crime on our campus, in our schools in California. Every time we see a mass shooting on anywhere in our community, we automatically think to our schools. That is what sells, that's what the media hooks into, these shootings. But if you take a look at this recent study, which I truly believe in, that study shows, based on the numbers that are projected there, that our school shootings or our school violence is down 50% in the last 20 years. 6.2 million students, more than 3,200 middle schools and high schools are in California. When you compare the number of schools, you compare the number of students that are in our schools and on our campuses across the nation, which occupy the vast majority of the day, those numbers, again, are relatively low. But society or sometimes the news media drive us to think that there's an increase in violence. So when we take a look at this from a national level, there's not a lot of guns on campus, but if there's one gun on campus, if there's one shooting on campus, we view it as a tragedy, right? Because we want to rethink how we're looking at safety, kind of like what you're doing today. But ultimately, I'm here to tell you that those numbers are still relatively low. If you would turn your attention, please, to the next slide. Researchers reported findings that point to a downward trend in weapons and guns and knives related to school violence. 70% decrease in reports of guns being carried on campus. That is accurate. There is a 70% decrease. It's similar, a 68% decrease with respect to other weapons such as knives or brass knuckles or something to that effect. We're constantly seeing a downward trot in those numbers, and that's actually really good, I believe, because it speaks to a lot of what our campuses and our campus administrators are doing. It says that they're doing their job. It says that they're more vigilant. It says that they're putting policy and protocols in place. It says that they're working together, and I think all of those things are what's helping to drive down the statistics in terms of what's occurring on our campus. No school security program is infallible from these incidents. We know that no matter what we do, how much money we throw at a problem, how many meetings we have, how many safety protocols, we know that an incident can still occur on a campus anywhere. It's the most populated place of any place in our community during the daytime and sometimes in the nighttime for after-school programs. So we know that it's going to be an incident that could happen, but just because it happens doesn't necessarily mean that it's unsafe. A college campus or a high school campus or an elementary school campus is still the most safest place for our kids to come, to learn, to get an education, to grow, to blossom. But we also know that in order for that to occur, they have to feel safe. Parents have to know that when I release my child to the school, that everything is in place. But we know that it can still happen, correct? But what we want to do is continue to do all the things to prevent it. So how do we do that? We make sure that the small things, which are everyday policies that are in place, such as keep this door locked, you have to wear an identification card, all those things that really matter has to be in place. A lot of times what we find on the national level is that they work for a week, they work for a month, they work for 2 months, and then they go away because, you know, we just get complacent, so to speak, and we just move on. But if we stick to those small things, if we make sure that the policies in place, that it's being enforced amongst our staff, that we're wearing our identification cards, that we're keeping these gates closed, we're keeping the doors closed, if we stay on that, we will continue to see a reduction in crime. If we report the things that we see, we will continue to see a reduction in these incidents on our campus. And a lot of times it takes volunteers. It's not always money. It takes the community. It takes parents to really get involved, partner with the school district, partner with your board, partner with your safety team, and really get out there and volunteer to be the eyes and ears. Volunteer to, you know, work a dance and learn the parents and know who the children are. They're the greatest asset of our community. We just need to be involved. We can't always expect safety to completely fall on the board, or you can't expect it to fall on the police. It has to be a community problem because safety is everybody's job. It's not any one person. And I think that even if we do all of those things, it'll still happen, but the likelihood of it happening in your district, in your community, it diminishes greatly when we all participate in safety. Thank you. I would like to move to the next slide here. Here's some of the things that we're saying nationally that can be done. Here's some things we're saying that's even being done on the state level. And here's things that can be done here within our Rialto Unified School District. And some of these things, because I'm going to mention them, don't think that they're not being done, ladies and gentlemen. They are being done. This I know for a fact. Install security fencing between adjacent buildings or perimeter fencing. A lot of times that comes with a challenge because we struggle, or I should say the board struggles, with the thought or the notion, do we want our schools to look open and inviting, or sometimes do we want to have a fence where the fence may project a different mindset for our kids, right? Some people, we don't want them to feel like they're incarcerated or something like that. We don't want to take away the beauty or the decor of the campus community. So sometimes I think that's a struggle for us to make that decision, but ultimately I think those fences work. So we need to have fences, and I know they have them here. Keep pedestrian gates closed, like we said, make sure they're locked. Make sure that if the policy is that it's locked, that it remain locked. Have someone that just, their sole role is to just spot check these things every day. They may not have the most pristine job in the world on the campus, but if their job is to spot check these things every day, then trust me, that job becomes the most important job, because when we have a break in these policies or protocols, that's when something happens. Because those who are seeking to commit crimes or seeking to commit, take, full advantage of a target-rich environment, they're looking for that easy way in and that easy way out. They're looking for a classroom or a group of individuals who will not be able to fight back, who will not be an adversary. So you have to make sure that we keep those gates closed. Build walking paths if you need to have a walking path. You have a great gentleman like the gentleman who was just awarded tonight with the key of the district, who gets out there every day, vigilant, greeting people with a smile, like he said. That is one of the first lines of safety in terms of what we're talking about to reduce school shootings on a campus. And it sounds like he's been doing his job very well, so I applaud him as I move on. Install visitor management systems. One of the things we did working in San Bernardino City Unified School District under Chief Joseph Polino's leadership is we installed the visitor rafter system where it allowed folks to have a process to check into to prevent these things from coming. So we kind of know who's coming in and who's going out. That system is more likely already in place, but these are some of the things that they're saying nationally we can do to harden the target, to slow things down. And then video surveillance equipment, camera systems. We understand that those tools work as a force multiplier to help prevent school shootings, and that's what we're seeing nationally. But it's a lot of money for those things, and we have to allocate that. We have to advocate for that. But we also have to understand that they are important. Where other things are important, it's really a very fine balance, but that's what's being shared nationally. So look for grant opportunities for that portion of it to be able to strengthen and harden your targets. Deploy metal detectors. In the Los Angeles Unified School District, we deployed metal detectors, and we caught a lot of weapons coming through those gates. A lot of those weapons, to be honest with you, were small knives that were given to them by their parents or something that they found while walking to school. But we were able to collect those things just going through the gate, so they would never even make it onto our campuses. So continue to do that. Consider using metal detectors to daily entry points, not just your board areas or not just your main campuses, but anywhere where you can deploy them. And they're a lot more sophisticated now, so where you almost can't tell that's what they are, so people don't feel like you're being intrusive, so to speak. But there's a fine line for safety, but all of these things within reason really will help to keep the campus safe. Consider randomly using weapon detections technology through your K-12 system. Back when I was going to school, we didn't have that, right? The shootings were still far few and in between, but they happened. But now today, there's more technology that's available to us that'll help us to continue to make our campuses safe. That's what's happening nationally. Those are some of the national discussions. When we speak to technology, when we speak to detectors, other programs like shot detection, things like that, these are all things that are being discussed nationally to help us with respect to making the campus safe. Install locks on classroom doors. This is a huge piece here. This is what we find nationally, is trying to take a look at the interior design of a school to make sure that, quite frankly, it's the most safest layout. That's hard because a lot of our schools have already been built. They've been built for many years, and you can't just come in and change the cosmetics of the way the inside of the school looks. But if you can reshape the inside, if you can make sure you have locks on doors where they're able to secure themselves from the inside, that'll be helpful. But we also have to make sure we're considerate of our ADA students, our students who are in wheelchairs, our students who can't move as quickly as others. That's a huge problem, and a lot of thought should be given to that, and at least to make sure that target is definitely hardened, because it's a little bit more challenging for them to be able to secure themselves or protect themselves. Consider installing window security film. There's some grates that they sell. I won't call them grates, but they're almost like a one-way sheet is what we're learning nationally, where you can pull it down. You can see out, but the person can't really see in. Those may be a consideration. There are so many different considerations, and we can't just throw money at the problem. So we have to continue to find other ways to be innovative, and that's where hiring good, qualified folks to be on your team to help carry this out. Because sometimes it may take a little bit of time to advocate for that. Strengths, well, one of the things we talk about nationally is we're talking about partnerships. Partnerships is like key. Partner with your local police and fire. Conduct annual fire drills and safety drills. Have those partnerships with your local police department, which I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is actually happening here in Rialto Unified. They work and partner well. The district safety team with Rialto Police Department and Rialto Fire. So continue to do that. I really think that this board is on the cutting edge of some of the things with respect to safety, based on my opinion. And that's from taking a look at things from Los Angeles to other districts like Stockton, San Bernardino, and elsewhere. some of the things that I see being done here in the city of Rialto and Rialto Unified School District really is second to none with respect to keeping students safe. And I think our parents or for the community really need to applaud this board for that, because I think that partnership, that concern is what's needed. For them to bring us all together in the spirit of safety, I'm telling you, is second to none. I've seen some districts nationally where they don't even talk. Folks are arguing with each other in a disagreement for various different reasons, but not here in Rialto Unified School District. It's really second to none, some of the things that you guys are doing here, and so I applaud you for that. I think most folks don't know about this part that we were just talking about, conducting fire drills, conducting earthquake drills, conducting bomb threats, conducting violent intruder and active shooter trainings. A lot of these trainings are happening annually. They're an annual requirement by the state. It's being done here in Rialto, this I know, so I'm grateful for that part of it, because we know that consistency in training, consistency in knowing what to do, consistency in knowing who to call, consistency in everything we do with respect to training is what makes these things really less likely to happen. And when they happen, the person who's intended to do the danger really doesn't have that much leverage to carry out an attack, because everyone on the team is ready, so to speak. And I'll give you an example of that. If we train and we drill and we understand policy, if we entrust autonomy to our team, then they know that they can make a decision and they'll be supported, as long as it's in the spirit of safety. Some of that you don't see, but nationally, that's what we're encouraging and pushing that down to our level on the state level, and we're sharing it on the K through 12 level, is to empower teams to be able to make decisions, give them the autonomy, as long as it's in the spirit of safety. I can't tell you just from the places that I've toured, some of the places where we conducted site assessments, school site assessments, and talked to the many folks that we've talked to, where they just said, we couldn't even make a decision. They don't let us. They don't support us. But I'll tell you, that's not happening here, and I think that's great. So continue to do what you're doing. Continue to give autonomy. Continue to train, and continue to trust in each other. Trust, communication, and autonomy is key. I led us through the North Park School shooting, and my chief, Joe Polino, just happens to be here tonight to support me and as I share out information. And I'll tell you, that's one of the things that he has always instilled in us, is making sure that we knew that we had the autonomy to make a decision in the spirit of safety, that we had the full support to make sure that our team was well trained and at the cuffs in the forefront of the conversation with respect to safety. And that goes back to your team that's here. They train regularly. Your chief, he reaches out to us on a national level. He reaches out to Chief Polino. He reaches out to the chief of Rialto. It's those relationships and partnerships that will really help to continue to bring in the spirit of safety. They bring tools, they bring information, they bring the spirit of who can I call in a moment's notice to help reduce or prevent something from happening. I don't want to suck up a lot of the time, but I'll tell you one of the things that's going to be key that we're doing now that's also being talked about on a national level. And we never saw this for a very long time with respect to a K through 12 or even at a university level. But being able to employ and deploy a multidisciplinary team, such as a threat assessment team, a crisis counseling team, having those teams train and work closely with safety, having them work closely with our board, having them work closely with our PIO to be able to identify threats, vet those concerns out, and start to really understand what our students are going through or what students are maybe thinking, because not every threat's a student. And not every threat's someone from the community. Sometimes people are just saying things, but a parent learns of that information and then they get scared. They get concerned. They share the information, which is what we want them to do. If you see something, say something. But if you see something, say something, it has to be more than that. It has to be where you're giving them content. What do you want them to report? Because a lot of times we hear that it becomes a cliche. If you see something, say something. Well, what do they want me to report? What should I look for? And educate your parents so that they know what to look for, so the community knows what to look for. That's one of the discussions that's also happening nationally in terms of being able to know and educate your community on what to report. What we find is that a lot of folks don't really know what to report. They're just like, yep, if I see something, I'll say something. In theory, every call or every report's good, but I think that quite frankly, just a little more context will really go a long way for them. Things that are going on within the district now is having that anonymous tip line, also being able to have emergency communication. The emergency communication, let me say, goes two ways. You have a dispatch for your safety. People call in, they report crimes. Oftentimes, there's one person on duty in that dispatch. I will tell you, and this is one thing I know, and this is why it's important on safety as well to prevent these things from occurring. We have a team here within Rialto, this board who trusts its team, its PIO, it trusts its chief, it trusts its officers, and it trusts its community, its parents. Again, that's key. So I will say to parents, because this is where I've seen this in Los Angeles, where something happens on campus, it could be a lockdown, it could be a threat of a shooting, it could be anything. Most times, parents are very overwhelmingly concerned, as they should be, and then they try to get information, and that information, they don't feel like they got it in the most timely fashion. But I will say this, that nationally, one of the things we've seen, and we've seen this in LA in Gardena, where there was a shooting there in 2011, you have to trust your team in terms of this. Parents are going to say, hey, I called dispatch, the phone rang 100 times, I couldn't get no one. Well, they're on the phone actually taking a report to get the resources there. Oftentimes, there's only one person that's staffing that location, and it's usually probably a female or a male, and they are by themselves trying to hold it down. So they are having to they have to take information from the caller, get the information out to, its safety team and its fire department, and coordinate a multitude of resources to resolve something. Then they still have to make the emergency notification. So I would say have a little bit of patience with your team, because oftentimes they're by themselves. The PIO plays an intricate role in terms of controlling the message and control in terms of lowering the anxiety of your campus community and your parents and disseminating information in real time. I'll tell you from what I've seen from working here in San Bernardino and having an affiliation or an involvement in terms of paying attention to what's going on here in Rialto, the PIO here and whoever controls the social media is doing a phenomenal job. They're very much putting information out there to the community so parents know. That's one of the first things that is in line with safety. How do we educate? How do we share information? That is 100% key. And then for our uniformed officers here who are very visible, that's key. Visibility is key. They look for window of opportunities. Most of these folks who want to commit these crimes, they look for gaps within our security system. So continue to be visible, continue to reduce those gaps, continue to leverage the partnerships with parents, continue to leverage the partnership with your local police and fire. And then do what you're continually doing. This part's another one that's hard, which is investing in your campus officers. Adding more officers if that's the case, or strategically redeploying officers to areas of concern, which I know is occurring here. We do it at Cal State. Other districts throughout the nation are trying to do it. They're suffering just from a low low personnel staff rather, so they don't have enough staff. A lot of those districts are a lot smaller. A lot of those agencies are smaller. They're like a three-person department. So they're really trying to beef up their staff, but then recruitment becomes a challenge for them on some of our campuses. So leveraging that partnership, again, goes a long way. And then there's the part about the de-escalation, and I think that's where our officers come into effect. I think that's where our PIOs come into effect, and I think that's where the board comes into effect. A lot of information will come in from parents. Parents, we know that you're emotionally charged because it's a child, but there's no one more concerned than this esteemed leadership who's here watching over your child. There are a lot of decisions in place on how to facilitate a safe campus environment during a lockdown. We did that at North Park, and that was very challenging, but nonetheless, we were able to make it happen. But again, it was because of the partnerships. That morning of the North Park incident, we actually had a briefing, not knowing this was going to happen, and we talked about active shooter and that role and what it looked like, so that everyone knew how to perform in their roles. That's where training was key. I didn't know that 45 minutes later there would be a school shooting there, but because of the training, everyone responded to training, and everyone done what they were supposed to do. We had areas that were cleared, and then we were able to stop the threat before it got any worse. And I think everyone knows the rest of that story. So I will leave you with this. Again, partnerships, communication, trust, revisiting your safety plans annually. That's what's in place, your school safety plans. I can't tell you, it's not just enough to have the school safety plans. You have to go over them with your team. The team has to read them. A plan on a shelf that's updated does no one any good if they don't know about the plans. Those are some things that are discussions that are also happening nationally. I know that discussions here in Rialto is occurring. Those plans are being updated annually, and I think those will be your key takeaways to make the campus continue to be the safe campus it is. But again, I can't stress enough, Rialto is very safe in comparison to any other schools. And also, I'll say that we already see that there's a decline. So keep doing what you're doing. Keep having the discussion, but keep trusting and believing each other, and keep lifting each other up, and you will continue to enjoy the safe campus that you have today with those low numbers that keep driving it down. So, thank you. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you so much. Okay, board members, do we have any questions? You want to start, Nancy? Ms. O'Kelly?
No, I thought it was an excellent presentation and extremely useful and valid today. One question I had, though, was we put all of this today in terms of it happening at school. What about all the ones that are happening out there?
You mean on the street?
Yeah, or I mean just mass shootings everywhere.
Yeah, you're right. When you take a look at the Monterey Park incident, I believe that was the 37th mass shooting in California, but the 20th shooting nationwide. So they are happening, but I think it's because the shootings occur because of various different grievances. It could be an employee grievance. It could be a grievance because someone applied for a job somewhere and they didn't get it, and now they're holding folks to that. It had nothing to do with anyone in the room, and so now they just want to take their vengeance out. Or maybe they were held back in school, or maybe they just didn't get that job, or maybe they're suffering from mental illness. There are so many factors that cause that, and it has nothing to do with our students. They're just innocent students trying to get an education. Some of the shootings that we see in the community they're not even like years past in the 80s, like gang violence shooting. They're not even that. They're just folks who are just have access to a firearm and just, going around shooting people. They get these different triggers. Each one's trying to outdo the last shooter and trying to be prevalent. If you look at what's going on today, every day that you turn on the news, you see a shooting every morning, not just one, but several, all over from Santa Ana to Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Orange County. They're just shootings everywhere. And each person is trying to outdo the last person. And so that is what's making it worse. That's what's driving it forward. And the only thing that can prevent it is the continued partnerships with everyone. I can't stress that enough. Knowing who to call, getting intel, having multidisciplinary teams that when information come in, you can quickly vet it out. We partner with Chaffee College Police. They have a great heat team where they take a look at any type of threat that comes into, and they have these multidisciplinary and behavioral teams that take a look at behavior. They're not looking at the person. They're not looking at ethnicity. They're not looking at any of that. They're looking at behavior and other factors to help determine if the person's a threat or will be a threat to the school or something like that. I'm working on that now with your chief to be a part of our threat assessment team and bring that to the district. That was one of the things that we talked about that he wants to do, and as part of our partnership, we will continue to do that and work toward that end to make sure we have it for you. But there are so many shootings that are occurring, but it has nothing to do with the campus. They're just all over the community, which means that we have to continually be vigilant on the perimeters because we know our students walk to school. And when they walk to school and they see blood on a sidewalk from a shooting the night before, that could be traumatizing. When they hear cars screech in a corner and people shooting at each other, that could be traumatizing, right? But it has nothing to do with the school. The school's addressing the trauma once they come through the door. They're giving them the help. You guys are giving them the help to make sure that they're okay. They're able to say something and feel like they've gotten some kind of counseling for that. And I think that's important. But you said it right. It's outside. It's not in our schools. That's a good thing, but we just need to eradicate it from communities everywhere to see that number go down so that we can play outside safely, we can walk down the street safely, and we can continue to feel safe in a classroom. But I'll say you guys are doing a really good job keeping kids safe. I watched the performance today. They couldn't do that performance if they didn't feel safe. And I'll tell you, they did an amazing job, our young students, and I was so proud. I was smiling. So I'm telling you, this board, this leadership, this chief, this community, parents, our PIO, you guys are doing a phenomenal job, and really, we should be learning from you to tell you the truth. So I thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I have a question. The issue came up about teacher safety in the classroom. Is there something?
Yeah, so I just addressed our own faculty on this yesterday because they had the same concerns. Are we safe? What do? I gave them some of the measures that I talked about here today. We do things like you can text to 911, you can tell us what's going on, but we are also at the university revisiting some of the same things. We've installed lockdown buttons. That's something you can do. Install a lockdown button. It's like a one push, and it locks down your facility, your school. There's an override. They'll teach you about the override, but that's one of the things that we're doing. Because let's just face it, there's so many doors in a school. You can't do everything. That's where it becomes throwing money at a problem. So you just have to take a look maybe through a site assessment. And there's companies that do those site assessments that'll say where you could strategically place them. Your team could do them. There's no one knows a campus better than your chief and his team. They're the first ones that can take a look at that and give you the best answer, or they can work with whoever you bring in. So that was some of the suggestions I had to our team, was just making sure we continue to add lockdown buttons. There's panic buttons you can install in different classrooms where if your faculty member or your teacher pushes a button that sends an alarm into your dispatch, we have those that we've installed in our classrooms. Not every single classroom have them, but the vast majority of them do, where there's a panic button or something. The other thing you can do is you can report stuff in real time through Canva. If you're in a classroom, let's say this is a classroom, someone comes in and they don't belong in the classroom and it's just odd behavior, someone could just sit from a computer and just send a message to us, to the police department, or to anyone, or even to the teacher, hey, this person don't belong here. And then they can just push their button and then the police come to their doorstep, so to speak. So that's another thing that we're doing to keep folks safe, and you can do here as well.
Mr. Montes, did you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to comment. I think this was a great presentation, and thank you for the information and the report. Really, we're glad to hear that our safety department, our chief, is doing everything possible in partnership with you guys, in San Bernardino and Cal State San Bernardino. It's great to hear that our safety department, our district, really takes safety serious and is doing everything possible to make sure that our students, our staff, and this community is safe.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I think really it's really important for the parents to understand that, because as a parent, and we've all been a parent, it's real easy for us to sit at home or go to work all day and come home and you hear all these same things on the news and you never know what our board folks are doing. You never know what the safety folks are doing. But realistically, you're doing everything right. You're ahead of the game. And the fact that you're revisiting it now should tell the parents that you're concerned about this and you're moving forward and always searching for that next best way to keep the campus safe within reason. Because you can't just throw all the money at it, right? Because There's books, there's support tools that each classroom need and each teacher need to be effective, but you try to do it with a very thoughtful balance, and I just appreciate you, and I think they should too, and I think they do. So I appreciate that.
Ms. Dominguez, did you have any?
I agree with Mr. Montes that this was a great presentation. It makes me wonder if we should be looking at our facilities master plan to see, if we can incorporate some of these, the panic buttons and the two-way.
We should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that would
Yeah.
be a great idea to have you look at our mass to see what we can upgrade. If we're gonna upgrade, let's do it right.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely, especially if you can get in on it at the beginning end, it's a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, exactly.
But once you have an existing structure, then it becomes a little bit more challenging, but it's doable. And it doesn't have to be the same feature throughout. You may have lockdown buttons in certain areas, you may have panic buttons in other areas. It's a total combination of everything that helps keep folks safe, and then training them on it so that they know.
I especially like the one-way blinds where you can see outside but they can't see
Yep,
inside. At least
absolutely.
it gives that sense of security of like, okay, the coast is not clear. Let's
Yeah.
say lay low at least, Or
Yeah, I agree, because most shooters are looking for a target-rich environment. They're on the move, they know they only have a matter of time. And if they're coming in here, and let's say everything's closed, they can't see anyone in here, they're not gonna waste their time. They're gonna keep moving until they can find another group. So if you could reduce that in any way, if you can have non-perishable food items that they can snack on in an interim while they're on lockdown, those type of things, secured in an area where the teacher can still facilitate certain things to them, I think that will go a long way. And then even other things you could do, such as making sure that your rooftops or your buildings are marked with the name of the building. That helps air support when they come overhead, so that they can quickly go to the specific location where they're being directed. Because a lot of times when air support come overhead, they just see a bunch of buildings, so
And
they're
they don't
like,
know what's what.
okay, where's this building at, right? But if you just take some paint, if you would, paint the name of the building or numerically number your buildings up top, that way when they come overhead, they go straight to the problem. And then again, just to continue training. So a lot of good things that you're doing here. I do appreciate what you're doing.
Ms. Board Member Martinez, did you have any?
Yeah, thank you, President Lewis. I wanted to thank you for coming and spending your time and energy with us, especially meeting with our chief and our team. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
And sharing the best, such a simple thing as painting the top of a building.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it passed me, and I'm constantly watching. All the feeds, I watch them, I pass them on, and just got to take care of our babies.
Yeah, no,
Thank you,
I
Chief.
agree. I agree with you. And I like you said, just us sharing information, knowing that your chief could pick up the phone, or your PIO could pick up the phone, or you could pick up the phone, and we can call each other and say, this is what we know about that. That'll help make a decision for tomorrow or
Yes.
later in the day. I like those partnerships and relationships. You can call me anytime. So.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you.
So next we'll have public comments not on the agenda. At this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We have Michael Montano.
Good evening, everyone in attendance and viewing audience. This past weekend, I saw the balloon out on Highland and decided to drive into the new neighborhood, the new homes that are built where the Country Club golf course used to be. And it just kind of got me thinking, more residents, more students, will we be ready for them next year? So just something, I don't know if we've started, hopefully we've started to think about that. But today I wanted to talk about two things that I've been reading. One just came in the mail just today, how standardized tests are failing our students. Our superintendent values innovation, which we're grateful for because that's not always welcome. And so one of the examples given in here was we would not rely on a multiple choice test for our pilots. to determine whether or not they could fly planes. It doesn't tell us much. So if we could be a little more innovative with how we're testing our students. The second thing I'm reading was a book titled Off Balance on Purpose. And if anybody's heard it, the gist of it is we tend to say that we like to lead balanced lives, but in doing so, we don't give all the attention to one area that we should at any one given time, especially people with children. You know, if you're balancing work, family, and whatever, if you're trying to balance them all, you know, when you've got something special for your child going on, your attention is not all on your child if you're also thinking about work. So really, it's, the balance is like a teeter-totter. Off balance on purpose. You're purposely giving attention to one area versus other things. And that made me think about, with conversations I've had over the last week in terms as our counselors, they are very off balance with paperwork. Not so much with face-to-face interaction with our students. When I was in school, I remember regularly being called in by our counselors, by my counselor, and it wasn't, you know, just for picking classes next year. It was to check on me as a person. Our counselors are way overworked, and they're off balance to the paperwork side. We need to get them off balance to our student side. So again, if we could be a little more innovative in that area, you know, it'd go a long way. It's all about our kids. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Ramirez. Brenda Parker.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm kind of like flabbergasted, and I'm really excited that everybody here has been in a respectful mode, because I have to say that my heart has been truly vexed at some of these board meetings that I've been watching. Many agencies across the world use Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order has an order: the president, the vice president, the secretary, and so on. The president sits at the top of the order, meaning that the president is to be treated with the utmost respect. As each of you have taken your turns to be president, I have witnessed Mrs. Lewis give you that respect. You should extend that same respect to her. Tonight you have been, and I appreciate that. WASC. WASC is meticulous, tedious, and exhausting process, a process that few people endure. Mrs. Watson endured that process with class, tenacity, and finesse. Yet, not one of you on this board said her name. No one said, "Congratulations, Mrs. Watson." You all called it everything from adult education to the staff and students, but never Mrs. Watson. Miss Garcia later joined that team. It is the commitment and the leadership of Mrs. Watson that procured that positive accreditation. Highly effective in 12 areas, effective in 3 areas, no somewhat effective nor ineffective in any area. That is to be commended. The WASC team even said, "Mrs. Watson and Ms. Garcia, the culture established on the campus is a credit to your leadership and what you have created. Shame on you. You, as the board, did not speak their names. Their names are Mrs. Watson and Ms. Garcia." Which brings me to my last concern. Say her name. Her name is Dr. Gibbs. Dr. Gibbs is the RUSD lead strategic agent, the second in charge. Dr. Gibbs has 3 decades history in education. She has served on some of the most esteemed boards and agencies here in the Inland Empire. She has received several accolades to those accounts. Currently, she is being recognized and honored to receive the Education Medal of Honor from the state and regional organizations. So I say to you, her name is Dr. Gibbs. Not just Miss Gibbs, for you see she's married to a doctor. Her husband is Dr. Samuel Gibbs. So always give the respect. Respect her name. She is Dr. Gibbs. Respect and honor comes from the top. And if we expect our parents, our students, and our community to respect this district and this board must exemplify that. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Cecilia Rosas.
Yep, totally.
Hello, good evening, board members and Dr. Avila. My name is Cecilia Rosas, and I am here representing 320 plus Casey Elementary School parents who have signed a petition regarding the safety on the intersection on Eucalyptus Avenue and McKinley. There have been many incidents where there have been collisions and close calls. We've taken photos of license plates of vehicles coming at a fast speed and reported them. Due to this, we are here to ask for your support in adding a light or a speed bump to help prevent any further cases or accidents from occurring. Help us make our schools safe for our children and our community before a fatal incident occurs. Thank you for your time.
Mary Hartley.
Good evening, Board President Lewis, honorable board members, and Dr. Avila. Thank you for allowing me time to speak tonight. My name is Mary Jo Hartley, and I'm here on behalf of West Valley Water District to thank the board and district staff for the essential role you have played in supporting our upcoming Earth Day event. Without your continued support, we would not anticipate having such an successful event. I would like to formally extend an invitation to you all and to the members of public here tonight and watching online to our Earth Day celebration this Saturday, April 22nd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The event will be held at our headquarters located at 855 West Baseline Road here in Rialto. Due to limited parking at our district, event attendees are asked to park at Eisenhower High School, and we will be shuttling them to and from the event. Our community event is free of charge and will feature family-friendly and children activities, informational booths, water treatment tours, landscape workshops, interactive demonstrations, and free In-N-Out burger, but only while supplies last. While it is not required, we encourage all attendees to register for the event by visiting www.w as in Victor, wd as in dog.org/Earth Day. We hope to see you all there, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Celia Sarabia.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Presidenta Miss Luis.
President Ms. Lewis.
Vicepresidenta Miss O'Kelly.
Vice President Ms. O'Kelly.
Superintendente Dr. Ávila.
Superintendent Dr. Avila.
Audiencia.
And audience.
Soy Celia Sarabia.
I am Celia Sarabia.
Represento al grupo de padres de niños especiales.
And I represent a group of parents of special children.
Y vengo en nombre de todos los padres a darles nuestro agradecimiento.
And I come on behalf of all those parents to bring my gratitude.
A nuestro superintendente Dr. Ávila.
To our superintendent Dr. Avila.
Doctora Chávez.
Dr. Chávez.
Dr. Burciaga.
Dr. Burciaga.
Miss Aida Jaffrey Hernández, directora de comunicación.
The Director of Communications.
Al capitán Hernández, esposo de Miss Jaffrey.
Captain Hernández, Miss Jaffrey's husband.
A María Rangel de Nutrición.
María Rangel from the Nutrition Department.
A Mr. Eddie Tejeda y a Miss Karen Contreras, maestros. Y a Mr. Montes, board member, y a Fasa Davis, directora de nutrición, y a Cristina de nutrición, que aunque no estuvieron presentes,
although they were not present,
nos enviaron un mensaje para los niños y sus familias.
They sent a message for the children and their families.
Gracias a todos por su apoyo.
Thank you to everyone for their support.
Y como siempre nos sentimos honrados con su presencia.
And as always, we were gratified by your presence.
Y los esperamos a todos en un futuros eventos de los estudiantes con necesidades especiales.
And we hope to see all of you in the future for another event for children with special needs.
Este es por el evento que tuvimos el domingo.
And this is regarding the event that we held on Sunday.
Gracias, Miss Luis, por mencionar las medidas de seguridad
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for mentioning the security or safety measures
y la estructura que se debe tomar en cuenta
and the structure that must be taken into consideration
con los estudiantes de educación especial
with special education children
en caso de emergencia.
in emergency cases.
También los botones de emergencia en los baños
Also, the emergency buttons in the restrooms
y en los salones para auxiliar a los estudiantes y a los maestros por cualquier emergencia.
and in the classrooms to help the teachers and the students in case of any emergency.
Tengo una pregunta para nuestro board y nuestro superintendente.
And I have a question for the board and our superintendents.
Recientemente escuchamos que algunos distritos
Recently, we heard that some districts
tienen dosis de Narcan para contrarrestar los efectos del fentanilo.
they have some Narcan dosages to counteract the fentanyl overdoses,
Que se ha vuelto una emergencia de salud
which has become a health emergency
en todos lados,
everywhere.
pero lo hemos escuchado en las noticias que ha pasado en las escuelas.
And we've heard through the news that it's happened in schools.
Nuestro distrito ha tomado medidas.
Has our district taken measures?
También muchas gracias al oficial Gutiérrez de la policía
Also, thank you to Oficial Gutierrez from the police department
por toda la información
for all the information.
y estamos de acuerdo que la seguridad de nuestros estudiantes
And we agree that the safety of our students
es responsabilidad de todos,
is the responsibility of everyone,
no solo de la mesa directiva o el distrito.
not only of the board, but also of the district.
Dispense, Presidenta,
We
pero
give-
son 6
we gave
minutos
6
y solamente
for-
3 minutos me dieron.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Ms.
She only
President,
got
but
3
it's
minutes.
6 minutes. I was given
Did
only
we-
3 minutes.
Were you given 3 or 6?
It was 3, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're correct.
Siento, tienes
That's
razón.
right. You're
Adelante.
correct.
Gracias, Presidente.
Shame on you, timekeeper.
La vergüenza que lleva el tiempo. And I just remember the word, we felt honored. Sorry, just drew a blank at that moment. Continue.
Muchas gracias al oficial Gutiérrez de la policía
Again, thank you, Officer Gutierrez from the police department,
por toda la información.
for all the information.
Y estamos de acuerdo que la seguridad de nuestros estudiantes
And we are in agreement that the safety of our students
es responsabilidad de todos,
is the responsibility of everyone,
no solo de la mesa directiva o el distrito.
not just the board or the district.
Tenemos que unir esfuerzos
We have to unite our efforts
por nuestros estudiantes.
for our students.
Gracias al jefe Gordon y a todos los oficiales de seguridad
Thanks to Chief Gordon and all the safety officers
por su gran trabajo.
for the great work.
Y como dijo el oficial Gutiérrez,
And as Officer Gutierrez said,
todos tenemos que estar vigilantes.
we all must be vigilant.
Felicidades a nuestro Board de Educación
Congratulations to our Board of Education
por el gran trabajo que están haciendo.
for the great work that they are doing.
Y a nuestro superintendente, doctor
And
Ávila,
our superintendent,
a
Dr.
nuestros,
Ávila,
a nuestros maestros, administradores
Our
y a muchos
teachers.
estudiantes que son líderes en nuestra comunidad.
our teachers, our administrators, and many students who are leaders in our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all we have.
Okay, next we have public comments on the agenda items.
We do not have any.
Okay. Comments from the executive associations, REA?
So 5 minutes on the timer, please.
Yeah. Here you go.
Good evening, Board President Lewis, board members, and Superintendent Avila. We rise by lifting others. Each day I see teachers show up and lift up the kids that come into their classroom. Teachers work hard to help each kid to improve, and we push them to reach their potential. We have those kids for one school year, and we love to watch them grow and excel. In my first year of teaching, I helped a student with dyslexia learn how to read. And at the end of the year, his mom sent me a little thank you card, and she described how happy she was that her son's reading had improved to the point where he would now read aloud at their church youth group. Somehow, over the years, I lost that card. I used to look at it often and remind myself of the importance of the work that we do as teachers. The end of the school year is quickly approaching. State testing has begun. Spring weather and warmer days are becoming more frequent. My colleagues are finding themselves in that strange time of the year when we anxiously await the countdown to the end of the school year, but simultaneously feel kind of sad because we know we'll be saying goodbye to the amazing kids that we taught this year. It's bittersweet. May 2nd is the National Day of the Teacher, and in a post-COVID world, it's kind of a strange holiday now. In 2020, when COVID first shut us down, our profession was celebrated for our flexibility and commitment. Parents watched us teach their kids online. They saw the love, the challenges, and the professionalism of our teachers as we all struggled through that very difficult time. Then when the kids came back to school, it was like we all collectively forgot how to do this job in real life. Society talked about learning loss, but no one talks about the loss of civility, the loss of basic communication skills, the loss and the lack of kindness as we all struggled to readjust. Violence has escalated. I know you had a presentation tonight, but I'm telling you, violence has escalated, even though our suspension data is kept artificially low. Bad behavior is managed differently now and not in good ways. Kids cuss out teachers. They violently attack others and continuously disrupt and defy adults. What's our new response? Kids get counseled and sent back to their classrooms, where the bad behavior continues. Teachers feel unsupported and micromanaged. Chaos has become the norm at too many of our schools. We have a national teacher shortage, and fewer people are entering the teaching profession, with more veteran teachers are opting to retire early. We're at a tipping point. I've been president of the Teachers Union for 3 months, and I can't solve any of these problems that I've just described by myself. My approach is really simple. We're stronger together. We all have to work together to make things better, and a top-down management style just won't get us there. My members are angry and frustrated. They feel their voices, their knowledge, their experiences are too often overlooked, and that the decisions that Rialto USD has made on issue after issue have created a generally toxic culture post-COVID. Even as we've repeatedly asked for help with safety issues, the district has dragged their feet. On the issue of standards-based grading, we expressed real concern, and the district response was a brush-off, followed by a superficial engagement, followed by a continued district push forward full steam ahead. This morning I received a text from a high school teacher. Here's what they said, quoting them. Between us, we know the general feeling here at my school is that the district office isn't listening to teachers. Teachers are tired of feeling like they are to blame, or worse yet, the enemy. Morale is extremely low. Accountability for students is low. And I could have this wrong, but it seems that we keep lowering the bar for our students regarding expectations, grades, and consequences. Just a thought that you might want to know. After some back and forth, that teacher continued, convey the word team to the district office. We are a team that includes the district office, staff, teachers, parents, and students. We should all be of one accord. We must all be rowing in the same direction, on the same page. This attitude will genuinely help our students and staff morale. That teacher then described how teachers are investigated for ticky-tacky issues and how students sometimes lie to get their teachers fired. But nothing seems to happen to the kids who lie, while the teachers who are completely exonerated struggle to get past those false accusations. The teacher's text concluded with the following statement. Teachers are not the enemy, nor do we desire an adversarial relationship with the district office. Rather, we want a working relationship built on mutual respect. We have 31 school days left before the end of the school year. State testing's begun. The weather is getting warmer, and for many teachers in this district, their patience is worn thin. I'm asking you all to think long and hard how you can help to lift up the teachers in this district, to turn around the low morale and build up the respect. If you've been listening to our issues these last several years, it shouldn't be that difficult. Rialto USD will only rise when everyone is lifted up. That includes the teachers. Thank you.
California School Employee Association.
Good evening, Rialto Unified Family. I'm Chris Cordasco, CSCA Chapter 203 President. Tonight I wanted to comment on both presentations, actually. First, the safety one. While Rialto has done great things with safety, there's still more to do. And there's still something that has not come back since COVID, and that is our safety resource officers, our partnership with the local police departments. I know, Dr. Avila, you expressed that there was going to be something in the future, and I appreciate that. But I want to reiterate what I'm hearing from members. having police presence on campus is a positive. It is not a negative.
Right.
And we need to get back to that. On the second presentation, the master schedule or master calendar or master plan, it is important to classified staff as well. I know sometimes it can be viewed as, oh, we got to be careful about how we spend money because they look at it as we're not going to be able to get a raise. That's not the case here. We support the district's we support the district in improving its infrastructure and its facilities. We have to work in these facilities too, and we recognize some of the safety issues that go on with tripping hazards and ill-working doors and gates, and we want those things fixed as well. The district has done a lot to improve the facilities over the years, and we definitely support continuing that improvement. Also, I wanted to point out before our next school board meeting, on April 26th is the Administrative Professionals Day. This day is the day that we celebrate the contributions of our secretaries, our clerical staff, and our front offices. So please, in all offices, April 26th. So when you visit an office, whether a school office or any professional office, say thank you to those people who are doing that hard clerical work and contributing to the success of their facility. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Next, Communication Workers of America.
Good evening, everyone. And I like what they just brought up. I think having officers on the campus sounds good. And the safety presentation was very wonderful to hear about, and the different discussions of things to do with safety. Also, respect for teachers is something that we really need. And if they don't feel supported, that's not good. So it's always good for everyone to feel supported. And thank you.
Thank you. Rialto School Managers Association.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Avila, Innovation Team, and viewing audience. My name is Carla Guzman, President of Rialto School Managers Association, as well as Principal of Morris Elementary School, soon to be Morris Environmental Literacy Academy. As you may all know, as an association, we fundraise so that we can give back to our Rialto seniors. I would like to remind our high schools that our scholarship submissions are all due April 28th. We currently have very few submitted. We're hoping to gather many, many more. So please make sure you submit. Also, if you're an RSMA member and have a graduating senior, your child may also apply for one of our scholarships. These applications are due on May 5th. If you have any questions, you may reach out to me or President-elect Principal Mario Carranza of Dunn Elementary. Lastly, I want to take this opportunity to cheer on all of our students that are currently taking or that will be taking the long-awaited state test that we all know as CASP. We are looking forward to seeing the amazing academic success we know you will all demonstrate. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Comments from the superintendent?
Thank you, President Lewis. Just a couple of quick comments. Just thank you to Mrs. Caroline Ochoa and her amazing kids from Morris Elementary School and their rendition of Each of Us as a Flower. That was very touching. Congratulations to Mr. Alfonso Real for keeping our students and families at Garcia safe as they're crossing streets. And I want to congratulate Trapp Elementary School third grade student Ariel Gonzalez for winning the S.C. Johnson Happy Hands contest in the kindergarten through fifth grade category. Ariel created a colorful hand sanitizer display design and was voted the winner in this national contest, which ran in February. She was surprised by her school, her parents, and representatives from the S.C. Johnson at a school assembly as she was revealed as the winner on April the 14th. Ariel wins $300. S.C. Johnson has donated $1,000 to Trapp Elementary School, And her design will be imprinted on 1,000 hand sanitizers. Congrats, Ariel, and go Timber Wolves. And just quickly, it's that time of year, but I just want to express my gratitude to every employee here in the district for your hard work, for all the service that you put in for others. Your excellence is the district's excellence, and the district's excellence is a reflection of our community. I know you don't hear it enough, but thank you for everything that you do each and every day, and let's all just continue to practice Rialto kindness.
Board Member Ms. Dominguez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you tonight for all of our speakers that came out. Thank you to all of our Morris students that came out for that beautiful presentation. And I'm looking forward to seeing round 2 on the 21st for their new branding. And also congratulations to Rialto Middle School on their grand opening of their esports lab. If you haven't gone there, it is amazing. It is the ambiance in there, the graphics on the wall, the computers. It is amazing in there. Next time, Mr. Martinez, me and you, we're gonna go one-on-one. Also, I was able to have the opportunity to go to our HACU conference, which is the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. I was able to obtain and learn about many grants and grants for our schools and for our students, Hispanic students, to be able to go to universities, not only to our local universities, but outsourced to out-of-state universities as well, as some of our out-of-state universities, such as Texas Tech and UC Davis, are looking to incorporate more Hispanics into their schools. And also, as I was reading this board agenda, I see a lot of great assemblies that the schools are providing to our students, and great presentations for our students. And I believe that it is wonderful that our administrators and our staff are giving so much feedback to our kids and encouraging our kids, but I do want to remind that, let's continue to encourage and incorporate our littles, which are the TKs and the pre-Ks, into the assemblies, because they're still curious. They want to learn. They want to be a part of the school. They just want to get in their hands and just get in there and be one of those big kids, even though they're not all that big, but they just think they're grown. They just think they're big. But besides that, that's all I have. So thank you and have a good night. And again, congratulations to Mr. Alfonso, and thank you so much, Mr. Alfonso, for all your hard work and for practicing and being a prime example of what Rialto kindness really is, and keeping our students and scholars safe.
Thank you. Board Member Montez.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, again, also thank everybody who came out tonight. I was really impressed with the safety and security presentation. I think Chief Gutierrez gave us a lot of information that we can use moving forward to implement in our school district, at our schools. I particularly liked the part where he included for districts to have the ability to quickly reunite students with their parents.
Mm-hmm.
If we learned anything from the Uvalde, I can't say it.
Uvalde.
That one.
Yeah.
That tragedy is that parents were going they're really upset, and you can see it on the news coverage, because they wanted to hurry up and get to their little ones.
Right.
I can only imagine their frustration. I think the whole nation seeing the desperation on their faces when they wanted to reunited with their children. So we had a similar situation, not at all tragic, thankfully, but where parents were upset because there was an incident at a park during a field trip, and a few parents were upset that, hey, they want their child right now. Give me my child right now. And that's fine. And I think our district handled it really well. But it's definitely a key item that we need to consider and definitely have the ability to do to quickly reunite students with their parents or their legal guardian. So once I know sometimes certain things need to be secured, certain protocols need to be taken, but once the availability is to reunite them, let's reunite them right away.
Right.
You know, the last thing we want to do is to have any parents take it upon their own hand, take the matters into their own hands, and wind up going into one of the schools or an area where children are safe already and want to pull their children out by force. You know, which I believe there were some incidents like that at the
Uvalde.
Uvalde. So, Chief Gutierrez, again, thank you for coming out and giving us this wonderful presentation. I think the community, parents, staff received a lot of information. I think we got a better idea of how our safety and security operates currently and what we can do moving forward, you know, to improve our safety service and keep our people safe. So thank you again for that. I want to also thank Chief Polino and Chief Leary, you know, for everything that they do. I know Chief Leary and Chief Polino have had a wonderful mutual relationship for a long time, and as chiefs of you know, neighboring school districts. And I commend Chief Polino for always being available to our district and to our chief to help us out whenever we've needed them. And I also just want to say that, you know, the board makes mistakes. We all make mistakes. I don't think there's anybody up on this board that has never made a mistake. You know, we get names wrong, we forget things, call people the wrong names, the wrong titles. I get called Mr. Martinez all the time. Mr. Martinez gets called Mr. Montez all the time. You know, it's okay, you know, we're only human. If nobody on this board congratulated Principal Watson, you know, I'd like to send an apology to her. I think nobody on this board meant to purposely not mention her name. If it was not, I know she was congratulated. We congratulated her in person. We shook her hand, and we thank her again for all of her hard work. Principal Watson has done an awesome job at that adult school and has really just taken that program to the next level. And we've seen it. We've seen the fruits of her labor from the parents that have come out to various board meetings to speak about how wonderful the program is and how happy they are and how vital it is to our community. So thank you again, Principal Watson, and Dr. Gibbs. You know, if I ever called you Miss Gibbs, I apologize.
I did.
I think you know, like most doctors, people slip up and say Mr. or Mrs. instead of Doctor. You know, Dr. Avila doesn't get called doctor all the time, and you know, and I think he's okay with that. So to all of the people out there with doctorates, we apologize if we titled your name. But I think what's more important to know is that people who've been in this community long enough have seen this board operate, and you know, we have our differences and we have our disagreements, but at the end of the day, we all do what's best for this community and for this school district. You know, at the end of the day, it's normal for us to make mistakes, and it's normal for us to not always agree or be on the same page. But I'm still very proud of the work that we do as board members, all of us, and Ms. Lewis is doing an awesome job as board president, and you know, and whoever gets the gavel next will do just as good a job, and we'll continue to rotate the officer positions as the years go by. It was something that wasn't always practiced in the past, but this board has made an effort to share the offices and the responsibilities and rotate them. So I thank the board for that, and hopefully we'll continue to do that. And with that, the little girl who said the Pledge of Allegiance was so cute. You know,
Adorable.
it was totally adorable to hear her, you know, say the Pledge of Allegiance from the podium and lead us in that pledge, and then the performance by the students was just amazing. So thank you for everyone. Let's continue to move forward. Respect is always earned, never, you know, just given or demanded, but little by little, we'll get through it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to point something out. Oh, to anyone who's a parent or a pet owner, if you have children, how many times have you wanted to call your child and you went through all the kids' names and then started on all the pets' names?
Yes. Yes,
See,
ma'am.
that stuff happens.
And then they call you out. That's not my
Mr.
name.
Martinez, are your comments from Board Member Martinez?
Thank you, President Lewis. I remember John Casalunas. It would get around to him and he'd go ditto. So that covers that I agree with everything the board said. I support it. But I'd like to float an idea I've been holding on to for about 6 years, to the board and to Dr. Avila and my staff family. A while back, we were going to get an EIN number, basically start a foundation. That kind of fell by the wayside, and I've been holding on to it since before that. And it's going to cost staff, family. I'm requesting that we start a fund for student scholarships. It would run each of us full-time members $1 a month is what my idea would be, $10 a year. And we have roughly 2,000 staff members, something like that. That's $20,000. 3,000. That's even better. You know, totally from your heart or not, but it's just a time where students could use the support more than ever. And $10 from full-time members is not too much, $1 a month. You know, so just a thought.
Just know we do have a nonprofit that's been in effect for 3 years now, and we're currently exploring the idea of the scholarship component of it.
Okay. Thank you. I like that part. Then to parents, going back to safety and security of schools. If you want to know what it's like for a parent, there is an organization called safeandsoundschools.org. All one word, safeandsoundschools.org. Go there or look it up on YouTube specifically. There is probably a 10-minute blurb, depending which one you look at. A mom was the founder of Safe and Sound Schools, along with a teacher, if I remember right. She recounts what it was like the morning of Sandy Hook. She tells you it's very real. It's true. You can never be prepared 100% because we're thinking with a sound mind. Those with an unsound mind may come at the school, at the building, at the students from a totally different perspective. So safeandsoundschools.org. Listen to it. It's a tearjerker, big time. But it will give you a real reality check, because if you put yourself in that mom's place, the board will know how much it is, how important it is for a parent to know as soon as possible. But All that to say, we are on it. You heard it. Chief Leary, I couldn't ask for a better chief. Our PIO is over here smiling because she knows. It was a battle getting to this point. But his idea, and thank you, Dr. Avila, for listening, he had a book, a binder, ready to go. Just all he needed were the proper people in place to say go. And it's transformed our safety and security. And I just wanted to thank him for it publicly. So that's it, Madam President.
Okay, Vice President, Ms. O'Kelly.
Well, of course, by the time they get to me, everybody's already thanked everybody I was going to thank. Ditto. But I do want to thank the DSAC kids. All had wonderful presentations tonight. I love what stuff that is going on at our high schools. And the end of the year wrap-up is always an exciting time. The safety presentation I thought was excellent. And I want to thank Chief Gutierrez and Chief Leary for the excellent job they have been doing and the excellent job they do of working together. That really is important to us. And the facilities presentation was good, but we need a lot more detail, so I imagine we'll be getting that as time goes on. But, you know, we have a lot of money with this bond, but depending on what we can sell the bonds for, but it's, you know, what we can do and need to do may be two different things. So that'll be a big decision thing. And basically that's about it for tonight. It's getting late, so let's get going.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Board Member O'Kelly. So I'm wearing blue to shine a light on autism. This is Autism Awareness Month. And World Autism Day was adopted by the United Nations in 2007 to shine a bright light on autism and the global health crisis. And the need, this is a lifelong, across a lifespan, and with varying degrees of normal intelligence, intellectual delay, communication difference, challenging behaviors, sensory and motor difference, and, you know, physical and mental and other comorbidities that goes along. So one thing I know about autism is that the parents, the struggle is real. And the struggle is very real for a person who is perceived to be different or not typical. And so I had the opportunity to visit Warner, and it was so exciting to go into their movement class, you know, and as we're designing facilities and things like this, autism, people feel that it's growing, but no, we're better at diagnostic, and now we have programs for it. So it's not really growing. It's like before they just say, oh, nothing you can do. Now we value each individual, and so we have to be thinking about our school and designing those with those students in mind. And also at Warner, I went to their 3D printing lab while I was there for the event for our school nutrition, USDA, with the collaboration of everyone. I mean, the facilities, the warehouse, they set it up, the gardeners, the maintenance, our award-winning nutrition staff, our lead agent, the purchasing, the students, the STEM program. What I saw was Rialto Unified School District, all teams, all hands on deck working together. And they were very, very impressed. Do you feel, because you was there, Mr. Montez, with me, they were impressed. They were impressed by our teamwork. They were impressed that everyone took the time to make this happen, and they knew it wasn't fake. It wasn't a show. It was real. This is what we do. And so that was really really positive. I also saw, I had to salute to our junior ROTC military at Kolb. I went to their dine out, their banquet, and just really their precision, their drills, they're just honoring our military. We have to honor our military. We're a superpower, and if we're not raising the appreciation for our country and what it stands for and our children, and they were sharp and they were able to just have that pride. And I was so thankful for, is it Major Medina, that just takes the time, and the veterans. So just watching them in their uniform and saying military is a career, you know, and the respect that they had, and their parents were just beaming. Their parents were just beaming. And then the dual language celebration. I mean, you know, I can't speak Espanol back and dancing, you know. But I was just, it was so, the parents and the students able to read and write in their speeches and their leadership. But most of all, it's like one language, two language. I can't wait till we have that third language option of sign language. And, you know, the greatest time is our TK and preschool, because they're learning to read and write, so they can learn sign language. They can learn with any language, and their mind is so pliable. So as we continue to, you think about a dual language program, and I asked another educator at one of these conferences, like, well, why only certain schools? And he said, they have to be certified. You know, they have to be vetted. They have to be teachers first and foremost. And so that whole credentialing to have a strong program, and the fruits of that strong program I heard with my own ears and saw with my own eyes, because we were intentional selecting the quality teacher. So, you know, to read it is one thing. You know, we have a lot of translators, but they can't read, and they have to test, and their fluency and the flow was just musical. And just talking about collaboration and working together, I was able to participate with Dr. Gwen Rogers and her Coffee and Community conversation, and just learning from other school districts and what they're doing and some of their issues, and some of the things that we are in the forefront, other things that working together with them, because we are not an island of RSUD. We're working with our community. So that's why safety and bringing the minds together and really giving us the information for us to make decisions as we have to pick and choose, and working with our unions. I mean, we are here, but we're not in the classroom, or we're not in the facilities. So, you know, I'm really inviting our union leaders to bring, you know, you said we all have the same outline. Well, what's your priorities? What's needed in the classroom? What do you see? So we can sort of work together and sort of giving us the information of, you know, is that panic button really good? Do you feel it helpful? Do you feel I think that roof with the number is really good. That's something we can do. But what is it that, if you top 10, what are your top 5 of the top 10? What's doable from your perspective? And that's really important information. I think we can agree that the board, we need to know all perspective of what's good for safety. And that parent, I didn't really think about the walk to school and all that emotional and the crisis team. So, you know, having someone from the outside bring a global perspective, and I can't wait to part 2 to narrow it down.
Right.
So with that, we're going to turn this over to Miss Martha.
I'm gonna have to leave.
Oh, okay.
My ride is here, and I can't drive with that thing. So, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, we will move on now to public hearing.
You'll need it outside.
So I forgot to mention that I went to the DI
Okay.
graduation too.
Okay, we will open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis, aye. Time 9.
Time is 9:29. Rialto Unified School District's 2023-2024 proposal to California School Employees Association, Chapter Number 203. Pursuant to the requirements of Government Code and Board Policy, the attached initial contract proposal for the 2023-2024 school year submitted by the Rialto Unified School District for an agreement between the California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice.
So we have a motion to move close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? Aye.
Time is 9:30. We move on to consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
Okay. We amended that to pull the school safety plan.
That is correct.
That's E 2.6.
Yeah.
E2.6 will be pulled.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis? Aye.
We move on to discussion action items. Item F1, High School World Languages, French and German, 1, 2, 3 textbook adoption. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Adopt Carnegie Learning, Té Branché for French, 1, 2, and 3, and Carnegie Learning, Douze So Actuel for German 1, 2, and 3 for the next 8.5 years, effective April 20th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $106,087.06 and to be paid from the general fund. Discussion?
Ms. Dominguez?
I don't have any.
Discussion?
Mr. Martinez?
Yes. Is this possibly available through a computer, something that we can update annually instead of every 8.5 years? My usual question.
I'd like to call Dr. Madrid to the podium.
Are you saying like an ebook?
Mm-hmm.
And they went through a process with Curriculum Council, and I'm sure those things were vetted, so I'd like to hear a little bit about the process with the Curriculum Council.
Because whatever it is should be available as an ebook.
Good evening, Board. I'm Dr. Marina Madrid. I'm the facilitator for the World Languages Committee. And yes, this text is available digitally, and so we will be purchasing digital copies and providing classroom sets for teachers, and then also providing books to those students that request a hardcover to go ahead and take home. So it is available digitally, and that digital version is updated on a yearly basis.
Okay, so after a year, we're out of date in print.
They do updates in print also, and they have a component of the book that is also, one that students go ahead and write in. So those will be updated annually, and then the hardback covers are the ones that, that won't be updated because we're
Are
purchasing.
out of date after a year.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my complaint with this.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Oh, is there a ed code that you have to have like the hard copy and ebook? Is there any type of requirement, or can you have one versus the other?
We like to provide both because there are some students who learn better with an actual hard copy. In addition to that, we also provide the classroom sets. In case the internet goes out, then the teacher is still able to teach the lesson. And so that's why we provide both digital and hard copy.
But EDCO does not require either or, well, they require one version of it. It's really at the discretion of the district to provide, but we opt to do both.
Ms. Dominguez?
So if the publisher decides to do like a second edition, that means that we're gonna be we'll only have the first edition and not the second edition? Or since we have the 8-year long contract, or?
If the publisher decides to do a second edition, then when we replace books, then we can go ahead and buy that second edition in the hard copy. So we're not bound to the first edition only. We will have the option to go ahead and purchase additional books of the second edition. In most cases, things that are updated in text are things having to do with dates, or if there might be an error or something like that. And if there are, many things that are updated, then we always have the option to go ahead and replace those books.
Any further questions or discussion? Mr. Martinez?
Is this time sensitive?
Yes, it is time sensitive in that if we don't order the books, then we're not going to have any for next year. The current book that teachers are using is a version from 2018, and there has been a new adoption. So these are books that have gone through a new adoption cycle, and they have the new standards that were adopted in 2019. And so it is time sensitive in the sense that we need books for students to start out the school year.
The reason I ask it that way is I'm looking for the difference in price. If we buy digitally only and then add on the textbook, I'm looking for a line item breakout, if you have that.
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head this evening, but I could provide that. Yes.
Marina, if I could. Mr. Martinez, we typically find that the difference between a digital copy and the hard copy is very insignificant. Because what you really pay for is the content, not necessarily the printing.
Okay. Thank you.
The price is quite different though, ain't it?
No?
$10 to $15.
Per book or just in total?
Per book.
And I just want to remind the board that we have a class set. The copies that students get are digital. Only at request will they be provided the hard copy.
Okay.
So the class set stays inside, and at home they do the digital.
Correct.
Unless they say, hey, I can't do digital at home.
Correct.
It'd seem more cost effective to print for that one student.
Copyright.
Yeah.
And just to add that all publishers do it in this manner. There isn't like one publisher that does it different. So it's pretty standard.
Okay.
Does the contract have to be 8 years, or can we shorten it?
We adopt for 8 years because it requires lots of professional development when teachers change to a new text. And so, it probably takes 1 to 2 years for teachers to really get comfortable with what they're teaching. In addition to that, we also want to make sure that we're following the timeline of when standards are updated for each one of the content areas. And there is an adoption cycle of about 8 years because every year we go through a different adoption for a different content area.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, ready for the vote, Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
I will go with the flow even though I believe we're spending $53,000 more than we need to. Aye.
Okay, Ms. Lewis? Aye.
Okay, item F2, agreement with Amplified 8. Approve and, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Approve an agreement with Amplified 8 to purchase Google Workspace for Education Plus licenses at an annual cost of $102,442, effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $307,326 and to be paid from the general fund. Any discussion?
Okay. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, aye.
Step 3, agreement with Curriculum Associates LLC. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Approve a renewal agreement with Curriculum Associates LLC to provide the iReady diagnostic assessment and one professional development session per school site for all elementary and middle schools, effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $640,312.40 and to be paid from the general fund. Discussion?
I have a comment. I'm going through with Logan with iReady, and when I first started the journey with him, I didn't know how to read the scores, and if I didn't know how to read them, I know that there's other parents that wouldn't be able to understand them. So I personally would like to see more workshops for parents on how to read the scores, how to understand the scores, what questions to ask the teachers and say, how can I help my son or how can I help my daughter be more proficient in this area? What does it mean that they're lacking in phonics, but they're excelling in this area? What does the red and the green mean? Obviously, you have the what is it? The semáforo. What is this semáforo in English? Stoplight. The stoplight colors. But how do you make them all green instead of staggering them out? Like I said, if I had trouble reading it and understanding it, I know that there's other parents that also have that need to be able to understand it more. So I always tell Logan, let's get iReady ready. So that's our motto at home. So I really would like to see more workshops and more teaching for parents and have more inclusivity for parents on how to understand reading a assessment on iReady instead of just sending a paper home and saying, okay, this is how he did. So, but besides that, I do like the iReady.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, aye.
F4, agreement with Care Solace.
So move.
Second.
Approve a renewal agreement with Care Solace to provide 24-hour mental health care coordination services for students and their families, effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $72,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Any discussion?
Okay, ready for the roll call vote? Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? Aye.
Item F5, agreement with Remind. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Approve a renewal agreement with Remind to provide a two-way communication platform for all school sites effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $67,500.
Got it.
I apologize. And to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion?
Comment, more caffeine, Martha.
Okay, ready for the roll call vote?
Actually, I have a comment. I like Remind because that's how I communicate with the boys' teachers. But how many platforms do we actually have in the district to communicate out to our community? I know that we have Peach Jar, Blackboard, and I think there's a few other ones as well. Is that correct? Or
I don't know, but I think Remind is probably one of the best ones.
yes, I agree. I agree that Remind is one of the best. I do agree, and
Text,
I like
email, app. How do you want
Yes.
your message?
And in an emergency, it's right there available.
Yes, you can
Parents know how to
directly
use it.
talk to the teacher. It is one of the best. It is, but I mean, like, we should really
figure out which ones we really want and which ones we really need. But I think Remind, like Edgar said, is Mr. Montes, excuse me. Sorry, Mr. Montes, for calling you out of your name. Remind is one of the best ways of communication for a parent to talk directly to a teacher. So,
Okay, ready for the roll call?
President Lewis, if I may,
Yes.
I'll provide the board a summary of each of the apps that we have in the district and the purpose, because it does seem like we have a lot, but each serves like a different function.
okay.
So so that we can have some clarity, even for myself.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Avila.
Thank you, Dr.
Alright.
Avila.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Further? Okay, Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis? Aye.
Item F6, agreement with text help software. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Approve a renewal agreement with text help to provide the read and write and equation extensions for all staff and students effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $62,989.99 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any
Discussion?
question? Discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? Aye.
Item F7, agreement with the Stepping Stones Group LLC. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Amend the agreement with the Stepping Stones Group LLC to provide medical staffing for students for the remainder of the 2022-2023 school year, including the extended school year effective April 20th, 2023 through June 30th, 2023 for an amount of $255,000 for a total cost not to exceed $405,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Discussion?
Questions? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? Aye.
Item F8, agreement with Linda Mood Bell. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Approve an agreement with Linda Mood Bell to provide compensatory reading instruction effective April 20th, 2023 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $50,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Discussion?
Is there a question? Okay, roll call vote.
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? Aye.
F9, agreement with ACES Education and Interpreting Services. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Amend the renewal agreement with ACES Education and Interpreting Services to support students and parents with hearing impairments with American Sign Language dictation and increase the amount by $160,000 for a total cost not to exceed $560,000 effective April 20th, 2023 through June 30th, 2023 and to be paid from the general fund. Discussions or questions?
Board? Okay. Temporary chair. All right, Ms. Dominguez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. President Lewis has stepped away for a second. And F10, please.
Okay. F10, resolution number 222349, transfers of appropriations for 2023-2024. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Adopt resolution number 222349, authorizing staff to process the necessary transfers of appropriations to revise budget amounts during the course of the fiscal year to allow appropriation of excess funds, transfers between designated and/or unappropriated fund balances, and any expenditure classifications or balance any expenditure classification of the budget. Discussion or questions?
Board, okay, I do have a question if no one else does. How does this compare, or is this in place of the one at the end of the year?
Right, we're just bringing it earlier in the year so that our meetings in June are less convoluted.
Okay,
Good
so,
job.
okay, so we won't see the other one at the end of the year.
No, you won't.
Nice idea, thank you.
Good looking out.
Okay, Mrs. Dominguez,
Aye.
Mr. Montez,
Aye.
and myself, aye. F11, please.
F11, resolution number 222350, remuneration. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Adopt resolution number 222350, excusing the absence of Board President Stephanie E. Lewis from the Wednesday, April 5th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Discussion or questions?
Roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
You should probably,
I can abstain, but I can do the.
Yes, that's fine. Just,
Oh, wait.
yeah, just in
Let's
case.
take it back. I'll take back my aye.
Okay, taking the vote again. Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Mr. Montez,
aye.
and myself, aye.
Abstain.
Thank you, President Lewis.
Okay.
Item F12, stipulated expulsions. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Case numbers 222384, 222383. Discussion or questions?
No. Roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Montez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis, aye. Okay. Before adjournment, tonight we will adjourn our school board meeting in memory of 4 RUSD employees who gave much of their lives to the students, staff, and the family of our district. Mrs. Consuelo Connie passed in a noon-date aide at Boyd Elementary School passed away on March 21st. Ms. Connie, as she was affectionately known, served for 32 years on Boyd campus. A celebration of life for Ms. Connie will be held on Friday, April the 21st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. located at 5969 Los Nubos Avenue in the city of Riverside. Ms. Helen Moore was the first employee by Rialto Unified School District in 1987 as a nutritional service manager. She worked at Rialto, then Junior Middle School, Eisenhower High School, and then retired at Cusera Middle School in 2011 after 24 years of service. The celebration of life for Mrs. Helen Moore will be held on May 20th, 2023 from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the American Legion building located at 848 South Lilac Avenue in Rialto. Dr. Ernest Garcia, iconic Inland Empire educator and arts advocate who taught at the University of Redlands, California, Cal State San Bernardino, served on the Rialto Unified School Board and carries the namesake of Garcia Elementary School in Colton, where Dr. Garcia was born and raised. He passed away at the age of 93. Dr. Garcia's son, Dr. Patrick, a group of local educators are working on details for a memorial service Saturday, April 29th at First Presbyterian Church of San Bernardino, located at 1900 North D Street in San Bernardino. And on Saturday, April the 15th, RUSD former safety captain officer Ricky Williams passed away at his home in Big Bear. He was 66 years old. Mr. Williams was employed for over 35 years in the district and retired July of 2020. His family is in the process of gathering obituary information for his services and will share it with the communication media services so that his former colleagues and friends may attend if they wish to. Life is precious.
It is.
So please join the Board of Education for a moment of silence before we adjourn the school board meeting. Thank you.
We move now to adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on May 10th, 2022.
No. May 10? Who made the calendar? May 10? Oh, come on.
What's May 10th? Oh, what's Mother's Day?
I
That's Mother's Day.
I just need to mention, let's look at postponing that meeting or setting another date if possible.
Okay.
But continue.
Is that a
On May 10th, 2023, at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Do we have a motion?
so move?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Mr. Montez,
Aye.
Mr. Martinez,
Aye.
and Ms. Lewis. Aye. Time is 9:55. Thank you so much.
Hang that down.